stop. Others are supposed to move us, to arouse us. This makes you sad. And yet, we don't do anything anymore. This makes you sad. Makes you sad. Others, your ranking is low. It's tired. Feel anything anymore. Tired. Sorrow, no matter how short, is real. Stop. The heart is frozen. Kronos hurts. Anything anymore. Anything anymore. Anything anymore. Anything anymore makes me sad. Compared to others, your ranking is low. This one? This one? No, this one. Yeah, this one. Maybe put it up. Maybe put it up. Okay. Compared to others, your ranking is low. This makes you sad. This makes you sad. This makes you sad. This makes you sad. The swiping finger is tired. And we have to stop. Others are supposed to move us, to arouse us. This makes you sad. And yet, sad, makes you sad. To others, your ranking is low. It's tired. Feel anything anymore. Tired. Sorrow, no matter how short, is real. Stop. The heart is frozen. Kronos hurt. Anything anymore. Anything anymore. Anything anymore. Anything anymore makes me sad.
Number 54, the exhibition opening. I don't know how to pronounce the title of the exhibition. It's about sensitivity. Okay, first, albo jeszcze raz. Ja miałem dzisiaj mówić po polsku i spróbuję. Chciałem podziękować wszystkim osobom, które przyszły. Jest was bardzo dużo. Myśmy się nie spodziewali, że będzie tyle osób, ale przygotowaliśmy, myślę, że bardzo ciekawy program. Oprócz tego, że jesteśmy tutaj razem, to event jest streamowany, bo my jesteśmy taką hybrydą hybrydowych działań. I jeżeli nie chcecie być streamowane i streamowani, to wystarczy, że się położycie tutaj, bo kamery streamują generalnie to, co jest na zielonym. Jeżeli chcecie, to możecie machać do kamer, możecie przeszkadzać, zaglądać, tylko starajcie się ich za bardzo nie poruszać, bo one czasami są mocno wycelowane w taki precyzyjny sposób. W ramach dzisiejszego wydarzenia mamy takie 3 główne części. To jest wernisaż wystawy, w której biorą udział Weronika Baran, Anna Solecka, Ksenia Mirogrodzka i kolektyw braci Asmajlowski, Silver, z Very Rare obiekty, co są tutaj postawione blisko sceny, żeby ktoś, nikt nie przytulił, bo byśmy po prostu się nie wypłacili. Naprawdę, to są drogie, ekskluzywne rzeczy w sensie fizycznym i metaforycznym. To są to jest narracyjna łyżka i narracyjny widelec, które opowiadają historię. Inne prace, wydaje mi się, że przede wszystkim te historie tak jakby lekko sugerują albo podsuwają takie niejednoznaczności, w których my się tutaj bardzo na co dzień poruszamy. Nie ma tekstu kuratorskiego, nie ma jakiegoś twardego przesłania, to jest raczej takie szukanie komunikacji między językami, między narzędziami, między narracjami, między, jakby to jeszcze ładnie powiedzieć, takimi wajbami i językowymi światami, wszechświatami, mikroświatami, między tym, co creepy i tym, co cute, między tym, co zachodnie, między tym, co wschodnie, w tym takim miejscu, które stało się nagle jakimś hotspotem dla świata napięć i niepokojów i te niepokoje rezonują w nas fizycznie i psychofizycznie i jeszcze chciałem jedno zdanie powiedzieć na samym początku, dobrze mi się przypomniało. Wojna zmusza nas do milczenia i o tym jest w wykładzie Jankasowy dzisiaj. Zmusza nas w tym sensie do myślenia, że jest to taki wybuch realnego, który przysłania symboliczne, przysłania takie sposoby opowiadania, wypowiadania się na temat siebie, świata, tego, co jest, nie? Powoduje taki rodzaj takiego stuporu w pewnym momencie i my się bardzo z tym mierzymy. I chcemy, robiąc to, co robimy, próbować rozmawiać ze sobą, pomimo też często barier językowych, pomimo tego, że niektóre z osób uczą się nawzajem swoich języków, nawet własnych, i uczą się słuchać nawzajem siebie też. I Ksenia powie więcej o samych pracach, prawda? A ja zamienię się z Glebem miejscami i będę teraz realizował. I za chwilę zaprosimy Jankasowę, a później będzie koncert, a po wykładzie, a przed koncertem będzie jeszcze lampka wina od nas.
Wszyscy chyba czekają na to wino, jak zawsze. Po co się chodzi na wernisaż, jak nie po wino, co nie? Też wszystkich witam. Nie wiem, czy ja mam przechodzić na angielski, czy mówić znowu po polsku. Może powiem. Jeszcze bliżej, okej. Nie lubię bliżej mikrofonu. Witam Was wszystkich serdecznie i bardzo się cieszę, że widzę tyle ludzi tutaj. Nie spodziewaliśmy się tyle ludzi, ale to jest super. Naprawdę moje serduszko się strasznie cieszy. Tyle czasu spędzamy w studiu sami, że fajnie widzieć tyle ludzi tutaj. Chciałabym przedstawić wszystkie prace, które mamy dzisiaj. Nie mamy ich dużo, ale starannie wybieraliśmy i każda z tych prac wymaga poświęcenia atencji, bym powiedziała, bo warto jest w te prace się wpatrzyć, trochę nad nimi postać, trochę sobie pomyśleć, pogadać może z autorami, bo wszystkich autorów mamy tutaj. Prace Alecha Asmailowa, które są niesamowite, które jak zobaczyłam po raz pierwszy w zasadzie tutaj też w studiu, bo przyniósł je, kiedy przyszedł nam pomagać z chłopakiem, który uciekł z Białorusi i o którym robiliśmy później wywiad i z którym robiliśmy później wywiad, z którym ja robiłam wywiad, od którego kupiliśmy w zasadzie klapki, które możecie sobie zobaczyć pod wejściem, bo pewnie będziecie się zastanawiali, co to są za klapki, jeżeli nie oglądaliście naszego efiru. Jeżeli byście oglądali, byście widzieli. W każdym razie, tak poznaliśmy z Alechem i stwierdziliśmy, że chcemy go na KRAKERSie. Drugie prace są moje, które są częścią mojego dyplomu i są oni tam i będą później światło włączone, więc będzie je lepiej widać. Możecie sobie je podotykać, tylko bardzo proszę, żebyście je nie rozbili, bo ceramika jest jednak delikatna i sporo wysiłków włożyłam w wypalanie tego szkliwa, bo jest ciężkie, bo jest czerwone, więc jak ktoś robi ceramikę, to będzie wiedział, o co mi chodzi. W każdym razie mamy jeszcze piękne zdjęcia Ani Soleckiej, które warto sobie obejrzeć, bo są niesamowite moim zdaniem, które mówią o bólu i o destrukcji, jak mi powiedziała mi sama Ania. Z kolei w Kubie mamy pracę Weroniki Emilii Barań o super grze, w którą się nie da wygrać. I to jest temat, który będzie kontynuowany przez dziewczynę, która do nas przylatuje z Mediolanu 19, który się nazywa Nura Tefesz, którą dużo dajemy na swoich efirach, ponieważ ta dziewczyna robi niesamowitą pracę. Ona opowiada o war cutification? I don't know how to pronounce it right, sorry. Cutie shit. W każdym razie będzie ten temat kontynuowany i polecam zobaczyć to, bo to jest niesamowita praca. Nie wiem, czy ja mam coś jeszcze dodać. Chcesz coś jeszcze dodać? quick translation to English, sorry. Hi everyone, I'll repeat everything now in English and I'll try to say long story short because probably we do have people here who are not speaking Polish but do speak English. Very welcomely, proudly welcome you here in our studio. Oh my God. We are really happy to see everyone here. We are really, really happy that you all came because not every day in our studio we can see so many people. And I could proudly tell you the names of the artists we are exhibit today. And first of them is like right here, it's a silver spoon and silver fork from A Smile of Oleg, and it was a guy who helped us with the boy who ran away from Belarus, the refugee boy. He ran away in only just flip-flops, which we actually bought from him and exhibited there near the exit or the entrance, as you wish. Second work is my ceramics, and it's a part of my diploma, and you can probably note that there are my tattoos there on them, and that's a kind of a part of the project, but you can read the text I wrote. You're very welcome to touch them, to see them from all the angles you want, but please be careful because ceramics is very delicate and I don't want to make it again. Sorry, but other two incredible women we have. It's a photography of Anna Selecka, which tells us about the destruction and pain, and I really suggest you to look closer to these works because, on my point of view, they're absolutely amazing. And the last but not least is Veronika Emila Baran, who made a game in which you can't lose or you can't win. It just actually depends on you, but I really suggest you to read all the book she made there. And there is also a theme which will be continuated on the 19th by Nura Tefesh, who's coming to us from Milano. And she is doing an extremely important work nowadays, during war. She's doing the research on cutification of war. So we will welcome her here on 19. I would also like to add, on English, not going to be Polish again, that we are still collecting things if you have, or if you want to give anything to our volunteering center we have on Przekopy 5, if anyone don't know still address. You can leave the things there. And I would also like to ask you guys, if you want to leave your coats or your personal things, do not leave it here in the studio, but we have the wieszak right there, so you can leave the stuff there. So our silver and ceramics will be safe. Thank you so much. Feel free to speak to the authors of the work. Feel free to join us here on the green screen. Remember that online, if you want to be online, if you want to be live, you need to be on the green screen. If you don't want to be live, you can just lay on the carpet or be in that part of the studio and all of it will be fine. Now I'm gladly inviting you to the microphone.
Yeah, I think everything was pretty clear. So, вітаю вас, шановні друзі. Дуже приємно вас бачити тут. Сподіваюсь, і люди, які дивляться нас через екран по ту сторону, вони відчувають теплоту і приємну насолоду, яку ми вам транслюємо хвилями аудіовізуальними. Тож, сьогодні ми відкриваємо нашу едицію Кракерса. Сьогодні досить важливий день, тому що ми зібрали людей і зібрали праці і ідеї, дуже важливі і дуже актуальні на сьогоднішній день. І сьогодні ми починаємо від лекції Яна Сови. Потім буде коротка перерва, не знаю, кому на сішку, кому на вино, хто що бажає. А потім у нас буде перформанс дуже цікавий. Я тут був на саундчеку, як ми робили з Миколою Лебедем. Просто воно того варте, я вам дуже рекомендую. Але ще у нас в четвер буде теж дуже цікавий івент про віртуальну моду і про міксування реальних світів і віртуальних у цьому спектрі. І тестування можливостей, а також пошук недоліків і нових механізмів для вирішення цих труднощів. В п'ятницю у нас буде фінісаж. Я пам'ятаю, рік тому це був так.
Наш перший івент.
Докладно, так. Я, власне, рік тому приєднався до цього руху UKRAiNATV. Ось, тому в п'ятницю теж приходьте, бо будуть і сети діджейські, і теж буде дуже цікавий виклад і важливий для кожного з нас. Також буде перформанс. Перформанс, так, буде важкий і емоційно, і психічно, і фізично, власне. Це буде тілесний політичний перформанс. Тому я дуже хочу, щоб ви були з нами в цій хвилі, бо ми намагаємось відкрити нові горизонти для себе і для вас і дати можливість зрозуміти речі, які видаються дивними, незрозумілими. Здавалось би, історія циклічна, але ми не встигаємо застати ті часи, щоб не робити помилок зараз. Тому кожне покоління вчиться заново. Тому я хотів би запросити, I would like to invite Tomaso, our friend, to say a few words.
Tomasa is a part of ENC, the University of Network and Cultures we all collaborate with in Amsterdam. And he came today, and we are very happy to finally have him here.
Hi. Thank you so much for inviting me, but also us here. It's nice to see you here in space, but also online. And just few words. I think I would like to connect with the books that are on the stage. I'm a researcher from the Institute of Network Culture in Amsterdam, and what we do is to look at experimental publishing. And with experimental publishing, what we mean is basically doing books that we distribute for free, but also doing similar things to this. This is, for us, is a form of publishing, is a form of putting something on the public. And we have a similar project with which we are collaborating, and we want to collaborate for a very long time. And nothing, I'm going to be here this week, trying to be online and offline, and there is much to come, and I'm yes, very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomaso. We are also really happy to see you here in a physical state of your body. Okay, so maybe we can start with our first part. It's lecture of Jan Sova. You are really welcome here to join green screen with us. Thank you, everyone. Check our plans and schedule. And if you have any question, feel free to ask, and just everything is chill, so yeah, don't worry about anything. And now we are switching to our first really interesting part.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for having me here. It's really great to be with you in real life and online as well. One technical information, I have some visuals to go along the talk, and they are displayed on this screen here for people who are inside the green box, and also on two monitors over there. So sometimes they are not really important, it's just that I wanted to have something else that you could see, not only me. Sometimes they are important because there are maps or stuff like this. So I originally developed this talk and talked about it in 2021 during the Kiev Biennial. I was invited by Wasyl Czerepanin to take part in it. It was in November 2021, so it was like 2 months and a half before the war. And actually, now, after Roman Dziadkiewicz invited me to take part in this event, I started rethinking this question of Global East. And I think that actually the war also, as Roman said in the introduction, I think this war even forces us to think more about the question of who we are, about our particular situation in relation to the rest of the world, the rest of Europe, etc., etc. So, yeah, I hope you will find it pertinent. Okay, let's go. War. War never changes. Despite all civilizational developments and all attempts at regulating war, it has still remained what it has always been, a generalized and normalized state of exception. As such, war cannot be contained by legal means. They may help in bringing the responsible to justice, and for that reason, at least, of course, they are necessary. However, because war is an exception to what we consider the normal state of events, it will always, in its essence, remain a break with the normal that is also legal order. For the same reason, war is the ultimately traumatic event in the properly psychoanalytical meaning of the term, an encounter with the real. As the symbolic order is shattered by brute material force, the real is out there in its disturbing naked form. So it comes as no surprise that one of the key elements of psychoanalytical framework that Sigmund Freud developed in the 1920s, the concept of death instincts, popularly known as thanatos, was hugely influenced by unsettling experience of World War I. In this respect, the current war in Ukraine is no different. We have already seen far too many reports of extreme violence that illustrate human beings' incredible capacity for brutality and destruction. The thanatonic aspect of war, being the ultimate expression of death drive, is also there. It looks like Russia is committing a kind of extended suicide provoked by the post-Soviet depression, and Putin, the ultimate Soviet nostalgic subject, has decided to take as much of the post-Soviet world with himself to the grave as possible. But also something larger and more subtle has resurfaced that also attests of the real register of the contemporary world, a profound cognitive discrepancy between the East and the West. The unbelievable reactions of Western critical milieus, left-wing politicians, and supposedly progressive intellectuals to the Russian invasion of Ukraine has forced us in the East to wonder not only what kind of worldview they represent, but even what knowledge about the world they possess, or rather are deprived of. The knee-jerk anti-imperialism that puts forward US and NATO imperialism as the reason for Russian invasion is just another blame the victim for the crime cliché that is so often used in discussions about sexual violence. It is like saying that it's the woman's fault that she had been raped because her skirt was too short or she went to the wrong place at the wrong time. What accompanies these deeply delusional and unjust judgments is more than a mere ignorance. There is an active will not to know, to avoid the real that the war in Ukraine exposed. The profound deficiency of many conceptual schemes and assumptions that the so-called critical and progressive milieu cherish a lot, both in the global north and the global south. The Russian war on Ukraine is imperial and colonial. Ukrainian struggle is profoundly and essentially anti-colonial. However, what makes it very difficult to fit in the business as usual of post-colonial theory is that both sides are white. We have been so accustomed by Western, Northern, and Southern theory to the fact that the colonial line of power and aggression follows the skin color divisions that we have very few tools, if any, to deal with the situation when a white person colonizes another white person. The very term white anti-colonial struggle sounds like a blasphemy pertaining to the alt-right's 4chan forums, not to critical discussion in progressive circles. Yet, that's what it is. The paradox goes even further. When Putin made an attempt at justifying his invasion in the early stages of the war, he claimed that there is no such thing as Ukrainian national identity because Ukrainians are just Russians. And for that reason, they should be supposedly ruled from Moscow, the capital of all Russians, and not from Kiev. It matters little if Putin actually believes it or not. Ideology is never totally honest, and neither can it be fully cynical. What makes this attitude troublesome for the mainstream of Western, Northern, and Southern postcolonial theory is the lack of difference that it assumes. From Spanish invasion of the Americas in the 16th century to the US invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan in the 21st century, the colonial endeavor has always been based on some kind of racism, be it biological, religious, or cultural, that assumed both difference and hierarchy. The white man has been destined to dominate because he has been supposedly different and superior in its rationality, truthfulness, skills, culture, religion, or anything else. Putin's discourse is exactly the opposite. Russians are destined to dominate the Ukrainians because the Ukrainians are the same as Russians. Postcolonial theory, with its insistence on division and difference, seems hopeless faced with such a unity and sameness. Yet, colonialism and imperialism is there. What can we do with that? There are two sides of this conundrum. One is the Western ignorance that has proved to be truly incredible in its scope and depth. Even Western European intellectuals and politicians know more about Africa or Asia than about what lays east of German border in the Europe itself. So it is not surprising that the US intellectual elite falls even further behind. But there's also another problem. We in the East know too little about ourselves. Obviously, every subject, be it individual or collective, is opaque to herself. But our lack of self-knowledge goes beyond that. While the ignorance of the West is sad and painful, there's probably very little we can do about it. The imperial ignorance of knowing better is, unfortunately, not limited to the right-wing circles, but is also widespread in the supposedly progressive milieu. What we can do is try to enlighten ourselves about who we are and what our part of the world is. Maybe by knowing more about ourselves, we'll be in a better position to enlighten others. So let us attempt here a brief and preliminary exploration of our complex and particular fate, in the hope that this particular has also got something to reveal about the universal. After all, if we are to trust Hegel, there is no way that leads to the universal, but the one that starts with the particular. About a decade ago, a Romanian artist, Cyprian Mureșan, made an attempt at rethinking the repressed legacy of the so-called communist period in Eastern Europe. His work, entitled "Communism Never Happened," departs from a statement attributed to Winston Churchill, claiming that Eastern Europe has produced more history than it is ever able to understand. There's an obvious arrogance in Churchill's opinion, as well as an illusion that the West is substantially better in its introspection and understanding of itself. Yet there's also a lot of truth in it. As a matter of fact, it's not only East's historical fate that remains beyond its grasp, but also its very position in both contemporary and historical world. The East is at the same time obvious and completely obscure, identifiable on the map and ultimately elusive in its definition or characterization, especially if we attempt to do it in positive terms, looking for something beyond all apparent lacks of the East when compared to the West. This paradox has been recently explored in social science, with probably the most notable intervention of a Swiss political scientist Martin Miller, made in the article "In Search of the Global East, Thinking Between the North and South." Let's take the concept of the Global East as the starting point of our investigation and see how far it can get us and to what extent it needs to be supplemented or even overcome. There's a bunch of proverbial anecdotes that you can hear every now and then among East European social scientists. Ask an average person in the West where the center of Europe is. A French person would point to Lyon. A German will hesitate between Frankfurt on Main and Nuremberg, while a Brit would probably believe it is alas, in Brussels. In Poland, many hold that the geographical center of Europe is near Łódź. And even if it is not universally accepted, this instance of Polish patriotism is, surprisingly, closer to truth than what people in the West claim. Ask the same people what the biggest ethno-linguistic group in Europe is. A French person could reply that the Romance people, those speaking Roman languages deriving from Latin. A Swede would hold that it's the Scandinavians, while for a Brit it would probably be Anglo-Saxon. As a matter of fact, the Slavs are the biggest ethnic group in Europe. Anecdotes like this and many others provoke a mix of disbelief in Western ignorance and a resentment that has become more and more articulated in Eastern Europe. So here we are, the biggest ethnic group in the center of Europe and nothing. These are popular, unsophisticated symptoms of the same problem that animates Müller's article. There are big chunks of land populated by large groups of people with their own unique cultures. Culture here is understood in practical terms as a shared way of life that seem to occupy at best a marginal place in the imagination of privileged groups inhabiting the West, the North, the Center, the developed countries, the First World, or whatever you want to call these countries, the countries belonging to the core of the capitalist world economy. What is sometimes referred to as the East or former East provides us with a paradigmatic, even if not the only one, example of such a twilight zone of the global imagination, a place everybody knows exists, but very few can say anything more than that. There should be no disagreement with Müller that the geographical terms we are using to denote various zones or spheres are imprecise at best and misleading at worst. The global East would not be in the East only, just as the global North is also in the South, like Australia, for example. Obviously, patterns of social differentiation, though not completely detached from physical and spatial arrangements, do not follow neat geographical divisions. The distribution of a given group always responds in some way to the immediate surrounding environment, but is also shaped by processes and factors that are of human making themselves. A great example is provided by James C. Scott in his book The Art of Not Being Governed, an Anarchist History of Upland Southeast Asia, where he investigates Zomia, a mountainous zone of Southeast Asia that was historically shaped by exodus from large state machines in the lowlands. As Scott demonstrates, the spatial distribution of various tribes and groups seems to be bizarre and senseless when looked only in the horizontal dimension, as if people inhabited chaotic chunks of land whose shapes bring to mind rather Rorschach's test than any meaningful boundaries of any social entity. It looks very different, though, when analyzed in the vertical dimension. It turns out that the given group inhabits lands laying at a certain altitude, which they settled when fleeing from the oppressive state apparatus controlling the valleys. For obvious reasons, the state likes flat areas, as it makes control, supervision, and circulation much easier. Thus, although territory as a term evokes rather horizontal distribution, the territorial arrangements of Zomia are mainly operational in the vertical dimension, and their logic is shaped much more by social and political than geographic circumstances. This is a typical example of the social production of space that has been explored by many authors in various domains, especially in the field of urban studies. Thus, if we want to understand the curious and problematic fate of the global East, we need to think beyond geography and turn towards more systemic or structural explanations. The approach put forward by so-called dependency or system theories is an attempt to engage precisely at this point. Müller refers to Immanuel Wallerstein, but there are other theorists, Samir Amin, Ande Gunder Frank, or from the younger generation, Jason W. Moore. Of course, the trichotomy of center, semi-periphery, periphery has many downsides. It remains, however, the most elaborate and advanced shot at explaining the current fate of humanity in a manner that is both interconnected and critical. The fact that the structure does not mirror geography does not seem puzzling at all for the system dependency approach, as periphery is more a structural position than a spatial relation. This kind of approach that inherently and purposefully reveals hierarchizations and that diagnoses inequalities seems to be better poised for explaining the status quo than the post-structuralist theories that stress horizontal dispersion, diversity, and interconnectivity, like the actor network theory paradigm, for example. For a very simple reasons. These hierarchies and inequalities constitute the absolute key element of the conundrum that we need to explain. The problem of the Global East is not to acknowledge its existence and affirm its unique identity in the horizontal plethora of cultures and societies, but to conceptually grasp its inferior status. Critical evaluation is necessary just for merely posing the problem and understanding it. Another major advantage of adopting an approach similar to the one taken by Wallerstein is that it closely links the fate of the Global East with the dynamics of capitalism. In early modern times, it was the first third world, since it provided raw materials, unprocessed goods, and indirectly added cheap unskilled labor to the production chain in the capitalist world economy. You can see here the trade routes from the Hanseatic period, but you can also take a look. These are the cattle being brought up, transported from the east to the west, to the markets in the west. This does not explain everything when it comes to the particular state of the societies of the Global East, and I will return to this point later, but attempts at completely eradicating this materialist perspective are doomed to fail. The historical dynamics of the capitalist economy might not have been the only factor shaping global divisions. However, it has been constantly present and always exerting influence on every single human society in recent centuries. It is intriguing, for example, that the emergence of global electronic communication, which was supposed to be such a disruptive and revolutionary factor, has not reshaped the global redistribution of resources in any important way. It is not by accident that the major share of the profits generated by the digital economy are accumulating where capital was accumulating before, in the rich areas of the core economies like the US, Japan, or Western Europe, and not in Mongolia or Chad. Free, uncontrolled communication has not generated a more diverse and balanced semiotic landscape, but rather contributed to levels of centralization and standardization hitherto unseen in the history of humanity. A handful of companies, almost all of which are uniquely located on the west coast of the US, with the leading five being Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Amazon, and Apple, are the conduits of communication, labor, and leisure for half, or maybe even more, of the world population. Every time anyone uses a smartphone, makes an internet search, sends an email, or accesses pornography, the profits accumulate mostly in very narrow zones of the highly developed economies of the global north. The center-periphery divide is articulated more clearly than ever before, despite the celebrations of horizontal rhizomes so popular in progressive academic circles. While material conditions are always there and always intervene in any human practice, and in this sense materialism constitutes an unsurpassable perspective in the human and social sciences, of course the economic perspective does not explain everything all the time. To understand the fate of the East, we need to address its particular circumstances and not only universal factors. Once we do this, the picture becomes more complicated. That which seems to belong to the same category, or rather, that which seems to belong to the same category of rather neglected than dominated societies, which differentiates, according to Miller, the global East from the global South. So the global South are those who have been dominated, while the global East are those who have been neglected. So this division turns out to be very different in its particular position, especially when it comes to the possible autonomy of the local versus the global. It is neatly illustrated by the case of Central Eastern Europe, being different from both the west of Europe and the east, I mean mainly Russia. The debate about going with the West or sticking with our own culture, which Clifford Geertz labeled as the conflict between epochalism, let's go with the zeitgeist of the epoch, and essentialism, let's cultivate our unique, authentic identity regardless of what is going on elsewhere. This conflict was the very core of the debate between Westernism and Slavophilia in the Russian civilizational zone for the much of 19th and the 20th century. Poland, dominated by Russia until 1918, took part in these debates. However, it was virtually impossible for Polish intellectuals to assume any position in a meaningful way, since for Poland, both eventualities, which means Westernism or Slavophilia, entailed some kind of subjugation to the West in the first instance or to Russia in the second. Thus, although both Poland and Russia seem to belong to the same category of the global East, which is confirmed not only by their geographic proximity, but also by their shared experience of most of the 20th century events, such as the October Revolution, the Second World War, Bolshevik rule, and the neoliberal transformation of the 1990s, their situation is very different. For complex historical reasons, Russia, with its recent and splendid imperial past, can reflect upon autonomy and authenticity, while Poland can only choose who will dominate it. So obviously, the very same heterogeneity that complicates neat divisions into the center and the peripheries also destabilizes the category of global East. On the other hand, the core problem of the social and cultural level, on the social and cultural level, seems to be exactly the same as what the system theory diagnosed as the main economic obstacle: dependency. One of the key features of the global East is its inability to assume its own and autonomous position. The global South, although poorer, seems to be in a better situation in this respect because it is much further away from the dominating metropolitan areas, not only in terms of physical space, but mainly due to cultural affiliations. The post-colonial peripheral South is the poor other, while we, the Eastern Europeans, we are the poor same. And as such, we are ultimately unattractive, poor and unsexy, because not exotic and different enough. I believe it's symptomatic and a very good thing that voices like Martin Miller's are becoming more and more articulate. Recent decades have brought a very mixed blessing to what we provisionally label as the global East. When you look at the economic statistics, a part of it seems to be doing fine. In Poland, for example, the 2020 coronavirus crisis broke almost 3 decades of constant, uninterrupted GDP growth, which is an amazing achievement on any scale, be it European or global. On the other hand, there is a widespread sense of defeat, resentment, disappointment, and frustration, and other similar aspects in Polish society. Apparently, the global East can't get no satisfaction. Many find it puzzling that a blooming economy goes hand in hand with such a lack of contentment. A Marxist finds it less surprising. The belief that smooth functioning capitalism solves all problems is the key part of ideological screen of fantasy that capitalism builds to hide a much more inconvenient truth. But it goes farther than that. What animates the right-wing populist revolt is what the fuck kind of fury that is animated precisely by a feeling of inferiority, unimportance, and lack of recognition. The global Eastern condition means that we went through painful economic reforms. We adjusted our institutions to the Western standards to be able to join the EU. We patiently went through humiliations of the so-called accession process, where we were told by Western leaders like Jacques Chirac that our best option is to shut up and not to comment on international policies adopted by the Western powers. At the same time, we have achieved a brilliant economic success, or at least that's what the official propaganda says. We have the deepest diving pool and the biggest amusement park in Europe. This is in Poland. We have the highest building in the EU, but still they, which means the West, do not love us. They remain ignorant of us, our great achievements. Just think of Chopin. Chopin was Polish. Or Marie Curie. She was Polish. And John Paul II. At least everybody knows he was Polish, but after the latest revelations regarding pedophilia in Catholic Church, it has rather been the ultimate embarrassment. The West actively affirms our civilizational inferiority, treating us only as a source of cheap labor. Just think of Polish plumber in France and the entire army of Polish migrant workers who constitute nowadays the biggest foreign-born group in the British Isles. Ironically and deconstructively, it needs to be acknowledged that our achievements in the last decades are intimately linked with our failures. It is precisely the way we won our prosperity and freedom that is the source of our malaise and our unsatisfied need for recognition. We have done that by imitating. After all, we just copied everything. Our institutions were modeled after the Western liberal democracies. Our laws were adjusted to EU standards. Our economic transformation of the 1990s was designed by Jeffrey Sachs and David Lipton along the lines of the so-called Washington Consensus. We built malls and highways just like the West, and our popular culture neatly imitated the Western, mainly American model. This giant exercise in imitation was justified by the sociological thought of the time, namely the so-called modernization theory that affirmed it was normal and beneficial for some to lead and others to follow. Nevertheless, imitation, as was recently argued and analyzed in detail by Ivan Krastev and Stephen Holmes, is a very tricky procedure. Being a Xerox boy may allow you to succeed. After all, the history of life on Earth as such is a string of imitations and usurpations, but the amount of recognition and satisfaction, or jouissance if you want to put it in a more elaborate way, that imitation can provide is very limited. Especially nowadays when the hysteria of internet celebrity culture made everyone eager to be recognized for what they are. Both left and right agree on that, differing only in their opinions of what should be an acceptable source of pride, one's suffering and subjugation combined with impeccable moral virtue for left-wing identity politics, and tradition combined with one's particular culture for right-wing identity politics. The crucial question remains, what do we do with that? Some believe we should take Gayatri Spivak's concept of strategic essentialism as the answer. It is here that I rather disagree, for three reasons. Firstly, the practical effects of the essentialist identitarian turn of critical theory and activism are really regrettable. It has taken us to a painful cul-de-sac of identity politics that makes linking our struggles more and more difficult. Everyone wants to talk only about themselves and their particular predicaments. As a result, essentialist divisions have become unsurmountable frontiers, pitching various subjugated groups against one another. Secondly, the tools and strategies of identity politics have been appropriated by the right. Right-wing populism is identity politics of the white. Fighting political, social, and economic oppression with such tools nowadays, it's like organizing a marketing campaign to advertise the end of capitalism. The more success we have talking about our particular suffering and advancing our particular grievances, the more attractive it becomes for the right to talk about their suffering and their particular grievances. It ends with Charlottesville and Portland, a bunch of the so-called white trash and poor people of color killing one another while Wall Street thrives. Or in another context, Hindu and Muslim aiming at mutual extermination while their land gets devoured by international capital. Don't get me wrong, struggle is necessary and legitimate. Revolt is absolutely essential. Antagonism is unavoidable. But a combination of essentialism and antagonism ends not with a revolutionary movement, but with fascism. Marx claims that the proletariat is the revolutionary class because, unlike the bourgeoisie, the aristocracy, and all other classes before it, it aims not at remodeling the whole society after itself, so that everybody should be a proletarian, but at such a structural transformation that would eliminate the position of the proletariat altogether. There is no room for essentialism here, no affirmation of sanctity of labor, the worker's identity, etc. Actually, such an attempt at strategic essentialism also happened within the workers' movement, and it gave birth to pathetic and corrupt syndicalism that was challenged by the workers themselves in 1960s and 1970s. It is symptomatic that the biggest French trade union, CGT, chose to support de Gaulle against the revolt in May 1968. That's precisely where strategic essentialism ends, with strategic essential failure. There is yet another obstacle, maybe the biggest one, in resorting to strategic essentialism when it comes to the Global East. Is there really so much of essence in the societies of this zone, and is it enough for any viable alternative to be built on it? Being a member of such a society, I strongly doubt it. It has become fashionable to act along the lines of epistemic justice and to look for solutions to our problems in the so-called indigenous knowledges. For sure, there are valuable insights to be found there, but equation indigenous equals valuable is hardly a general rule. In most parts, traditions tend to be fundamentally problematic, while essentialism always needs to rely on the past. The essence of every culture and social identity is, after all, shaped by past events and interactions. These pasts do not offer us enough to construct any meaningful strategy in any respect, not even one of symbolic recognition and attractiveness. All they may offer is some sort of consolation. We know how great and morally impeccable we are. That is, however, a socio-political equivalent of masturbation. If nobody wants to have sex with you, you can always jerk off. As long as you enjoy it, it's perfectly okay. However, building lasting relationships based on masturbation does not seem to be the best possible idea. What are other options that we have? Trying to be faithful to the best tradition of critical thought and action, I would say the very same one as those who struggled before us, to look for some kind of universalism in the practical form of internationalism. I understand that the very term universalism, along with modernity or reason, is unacceptable for the mainstream of contemporary left, which is still shaped, much more than it is acknowledged, by the central tenets of post-structuralism. A lot of criticism directed towards them is entirely legitimate, and of course, there can be no going back to any kind of colonial universalism. But just as there is alter modernity, a minoritarian current that can be traced back to Spinoza and radical enlightenment, and anti-capitalist struggles undertaken over centuries can be understood as attempts to counter the fatal elements of capitalist modernity, not with an anti-modern, but with an alter-modern project. There may also be a possibility for what we may label as alter-universalism, or for a universalism of the subaltern. So the question would not be how the East can fight against the West, or how to differentiate itself from the global South, but how people in the East and in the West can fight together against forces, institutions, and arrangements that are detrimental for all of us, no matter what our skin color, gender, or sexual orientation is. This new universalism of the subaltern is what the political meaning of Global East may become. So, that is an idea, but every idea needs material incarnation within a given social and political historical conjuncture to be able to enact itself in history. So how can we relate to the very material experience of Global East, both past and present, in a way that would be both non-essentialist and promising in terms of possible political alliances? Let me try to sketch such a possibility, departing from a small yet very symptomatic observation made by Antoni Dudadziewicz, Polish emigre to the United States, who visited his old village near Rzeszów in 1929. After arriving in the village, I experienced various contradictory feelings. I was offended by the old customs of our people. I was stunned by the barefoot, dirty, sunburned legs of girls, elderly women, children, and men, legs red like baked crayfish. It looks so archaic to me now, so reminiscent of slavery, just so poor and unsightly that it really felt offensive. Not everyone walks like this out of necessity, for lack of shoes, but simply out of habit. However, the emigrants, those who return to Poland from the world, they do not live this life anymore. What I find striking and very revealing in this quote is not the image of poverty as such, but rather the reference to slavery. We are accustomed to thinking about it as a phenomenon that happened to people of color in some distant lands, mainly in the US and South America. Yet, when we pay a closer attention to the history of our own region, we'll find that up until late 19th century, that is around the same period that slavery was abolished in the US, vast segments of our societies remained in a state of dependency very similar to slavery. I'm talking, of course, about serfdom that engulfed the entire Eastern Europe of that time and was little different from Western slavery. As you can see on the map, there's a clear dividing line between the areas that still had serfdom around 1800 and the areas that were already free of this form of social arrangement. And it actually divides the East from West quite neatly how it is divided today. The only real dissimilarity between slavery and serfdom was the fact that people were not individually sold or bought within this regime of serfdom. They could, however, change owners in a wholesale manner, when the villages were sold together with their populations. Apart from that, the authority which a noble had over his peasants mirrored all aspects of slave owners' powers over their subjects. A master could discipline peasants in any way he judged appropriate to make them work on the field. There was no legal instrument to effectively challenge the abuses, as all courts, as well as administrative positions, were controlled by szlachta, Polish aristocracy. The workload expected from a peasant was systematically increasing, from 2 to 3 days a week in 16th century to even 11 days in a week in 18th century. Since a week has only got 7 days, it meant that peasants' wives and children were also forced to work in the field. Sarmatians perfectly combined slave and child labor. The master, Polish pan, the form we also use nowadays to address one another politely in Polish language, the equivalent of French vous or German Sie, controlled the free time of his peasants as well as their personal lives. He had authority to tell them how much alcohol they should be drinking and forbid them from buying it from anyone else apart from himself. That was so-called propinacja. To decide on the fate of their children, the peasants' children, allowing them to migrate to a city and become craftsmen, or forcing them to stay at the manor to work in the field. The masters had ability to arrange marriages and to make the widows remarry with the candidates of their choosing, master's choosing, as well as to rape newlywed women, the infamous jus prima noctis. The physical abuse was widespread and is well documented also in literature and arts, from folk songs gathered by Julian Przybość and published in a fabulous collection Jabłoneczka, to literary texts such as Zamek Kanioski by Polish romantic poet Seweryn Goszczyński. Daniel Beauvoir, French historian, in his brilliant description of post-Sarmatian relations in 19th century Ukraine, quotes court documents proving that a nobleman's punishment for killing, even with utmost brutal and cruel way, a peasant was at worst several weeks of prison, at best it was a prayer. If we look at today's Polish society, we find a lot of traces of post-slavery conditions that make it similar to southern US or Brazil. Steep social hierarchies, manorial style of management within Polish enterprises, documented by sociologist Janusz Hryniewicz, extreme exploitation in the workplace combined with little or no social security, widespread anxiety among workers, and a kind of aristocratic disdain for lower classes among the new middle class, accompanied by vicious resentment among the poor. Thinking about Poland as a post-slavery society provides more insights into its condition and its difference with the West than references to its belonging to the West on the basis of religion or shared history. What's more important, it may provide a foundation for an alliance with the global South, shaped by the experience of slavery and colonial oppression. Yet, there is an obstacle to this alliance, something we need to fundamentally rethink if this kind of coalition is ever to emerge. Global East is not only accustomed to think of itself as white, but also to derive a racist pride from this fact. White suprematism is a part of Central European fascism as much as it is the case in the US or the UK. Yet, it is interesting and symptomatic that when we go back in history, the question of race in Polish society did not have an obvious answer. Polish aristocrats defined themselves as a separate ethnicity, the Sarmatians, but they constituted no more than 10% of society. Peasants had the same skin color as their masters, yet their position was conceptualized as the one of a different ethnicity. It is telling that Polish aristocrats in the colonial area of Kresy coined the term czerń, it could be translated the blackness, to describe local peasant population that they enslaved in today's Ukraine. Nowadays, Polish minority in Western Europe conceives of itself as white, but its structural position is much more similar to people of color. They compete mostly for the same jobs, and their status is much more precarious than one may believe, as the fate of Eastern Europeans in the UK after Brexit has dramatically demonstrated. They are white, but not as white as Westerners. The term off-white was proposed to address this paradox. Actually, the insistence on whiteness of this group is what makes it possible for them to perceive the real situation, actually the insistence on whiteness of this group is what makes it impossible for them to perceive the real situation they are in. It also makes the alliance with the Global South more problematic, despite the fact that it is in the Global South that the Global East finds itself more at home than in the Global North or West. For this alliance to happen, two preconditions would need to be fulfilled. Firstly, the allegedly white citizens of the Global East would have to be ready to give up the attachment to their supposed whiteness. That's very difficult if you belong to the subaltern classes desperate for any sort of recognition. It's here where the dark source of white suprematist ideology truly lies, in the consolation it offers. But on the top of that, another thing would need to happen. This gesture would have to be accepted by the victims of white racism. It is far from sure that it would be an easy thing to do in the contemporary landscape of identity politics. However difficult it may seem, it is not impossible. Actually, history offers a great example of such an alliance, and let me end with a brief account of this inspiring coalition. It happened at the dawn of decolonization during the 15 years long Haitian Revolution. By a bizarre twist of history, a legion of Polish soldiers was dispatched to Haiti by Napoleon to crush the slaves uprising in 1802. Polish soldiers had joined the French to fight for Polish independence from the partitioners, Prussia, Russia, and the Habsburgs, who were all Napoleon's enemies. Instead, the Poles found themselves helping the French to oppress the black population of Haiti. It provoked a deep discomfort in their minds, and as a result, a part of them refused to follow the orders, while another part joined the uprising against the French. After the revolution succeeded, in the gesture of gratitude, the first head of Haitian state, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, allowed Poles to remain in Haiti and to own the land, despite the fact that other whites were either massacred or pushed out of the island. He also called Polish people, quote, the white Negroes of Europe, unquote. What was repeated in the mid-20th century by François Duvalier, the president of Haiti, who used a similar expression, quote, European white Negroes, unquote. Polish culture, with its iconography, got intertwined with local beliefs in sometimes stunning ways. The iconic representation of Virgin Mary, the so-called Black Madonna, served as canvas for depicting Erzuli Dantor, a voodoo loa, a powerful spiritual being associated with water, femininity, and feminine bodies. Also, a patron of lesbians. This is the illustration that you can see. It's not an artistic collage or something. This is an actual document of worship of Erzulie Dantor. The picture was taken in Haiti. It's an ethnographic document, not a work of art. Let this inspiring image remain with us as the foundation of what the future global East may be. Thank you very much. Are we having a discussion? I don't know how the organizers see the events now.
So here is the magic microphone that you can see yourself here in space, but it's necessary because it's going to the streaming. And there is a first question, as I see, lying down here.
Okay, so you basically sketched out a lot of similarities between the predicament of the Polish villagers, peasants, and the slaves. What would you find a difference? Because when I'm, for instance, thinking through Achille Mbembe, idea of what is the plantation, the important thing is what you mentioned in the beginning, but in a very different context, is the social production of space. And I think there is a huge difference between the social space as it is produced by the plantation and the, the village, basically. I'm more interested, have you ever, also thought about the differences and what the differences mean in this context? Because you focused on the similarities, which are very, very, profound and important. But I think, I'm interested on the, on the periphery of your thought.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's obviously a very important question. Thank you for asking it. Actually, in terms of production of space, there were differences. I agree. However, because Eastern serfdom was very different from Western serfdom. Eastern serfdom was very harsh and very oppressive. So, in terms of spatial arrangement, it was more like an independent village. In terms of social arrangement, it was as if this village, well, actually the village belonged to the master, and also villages were sold along with the population, right? So people were not trafficked individually, as we know from the history of slavery. However, it happened that, in a wholesale manner, they were transferred from one owner to another. I think actually the biggest difference was how it influenced the functioning of families. Yeah. Because selling people individually destroyed families, right? For the slave owner, there was no husband and wife, there were just two workers. At a certain point, it was his interest, the master, the owner interest, to sell one of them because it made sense economically, and it completely destroyed marriages, right? So when you look at the problem, for example, of dysfunctional black families in the US, especially absent father, right? Males who do not deliver and they just, fuck around and they are never there. This is not part of any cultural legacy of, African family or something like this. This is precisely the consequence of slavery and how slavery fucked up black families because people were traded individually. So I think historically, when you go back to
this minimum self-governance here still.
Yes, this is true. That there was a kind, yes, and I think also for the reason that villages were sold as entities. So a kind of a peasant commune, something that in Russia mir, right? And Marx sort of reflected at the end of his life after he received this letter from Vera Zasulich asking him, maybe mir, Russian mir is a kind of a proto-communist entity, and Marx never before really considered it seriously, but of course he was flattered. You know, we also need to remember that the first and only translation of his major work, Capital, into any other language was a Russian translation, right, done by Bakunin. So that's sort of like steered Marx in this direction. So this community, this village community, I think this is a very important difference. But obviously, there's one crucial difference nowadays that I think this category of white, and also Małgorzata Sawuta, Polish sociologist, wrote a very interesting text, 50 Shades of White, when she's analyzing the condition of Polish migrants, especially female migrants in the West, that obviously we are not as white as the Westerners, however, we possess white skin in terms of like purely biological. So this means that you are not exposed to so much hatred and so much prejudices as a black person. So obviously, it's not, I don't want to say that it's the same. I think that it's rather, my intention is to provoke some sort of thinking about the obvious, because, you know, it's like obvious we are white. And also because a lot of right-wing racism and fascism is built precisely on this affirmation of whiteness. To me, it's not so obvious that we are white. Obviously, we are also not black. We are something else, something that I think is not precisely defined, and I find this lack a part of this undiagnosed condition of the global East, that it does not fit in this division between white and black. And this is also the reason why it's so difficult to analyze it in like terms of mainstream Western postcolonial theory that is very much invested in this skin color division for good reasons. Obviously, in the context that this theory has developed, which is the relationship between Western metropolia and post-colonial world, that was a crucial division. I don't want to in any way, you know, question that. It's just that here, in the context of Eastern Europe, it doesn't work so neatly. It doesn't produce like automatic results that you can expect.
Maybe someone have questions?
I don't have a question, but maybe a footnote. I think that this operation of, you know, producing sameness that the Russians are performing now, it's just a vital characteristic of fascism since the very beginning, and I think it already has a name. Heidegger gave it to the operations of the fascist party, Nazi party in Germany, Versammlung, this binding together. And I think there's also a bit of, you know, fascistic mysticism going on in Russia in the very same manner that in the 30s. It also happened in Germany. But I'm also thinking, and here's maybe a question right now, how to imagine this kind of alliance or unity or solidarity, how to imagine the one that you're speaking of between the off-white, say, and the black, how to imagine it in contemporary cultural conditions. I think UKRAiNATV maybe provides some good inspiration. But I'm just thinking now about, you know, this fact of the order of reaching out, so to speak. It's easy to imagine Polish soldiers standing in support of a black population. It's not so easy for me to imagine that people from the global south now will extend their hands in our direction. And to have a deeply ingrained relation of solidarity, I think it should be based on some sort of reciprocity. And I think it would be difficult now to actually forge it beyond maybe some specific localities. It's just a thought, but maybe...
Yeah, right.
I think what Arek said is a very an argument from on the empirical level, and on the abstract level I would add, aren't we afraid that at the end of the day we end up with the universality of victims? Of victims? Yes. And I think this is like the horrible social way of identifying. I don't know if you know the culture of the wound by Mark Seltzer, which is basically, like, are we doing this now with, are we extending this to new realms, from this, and like, yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, very much of what I had to say today was against the kind of Olympics of victimhood. It's about structural position. It's not about being a victim. It's about having a certain structural position, right? When you look, for example, at the precisely the Marxist concept of proletariat, right? It is in a subjugated position. However, Marx would never say that proletariat is a victim, right? It's rather a source of certain power and struggle, right? It's a position for struggle. It's not a position of victimhood. And I think actually it's very interesting when you look at the situation in Haiti that this alliance was forged in struggle. It's not a result of a theoretical investigation. It's a practical arrangement that developed in the struggle. And I think actually that the having a common struggle and struggling for example, like a slowly emerging some sort of framework of international labor movement, right? When you think about what, for example, Polish activists in Amazon are doing along with people from all other Amazon centers around the world, right? Of ethnicity or skin color or nationality, all those people are in a similar condition, right? This is also experience of like, for example, Walter Ben Michaels, the American philosopher and literary scholar, who is also a syndicalist activist. And he told me that actually the way they managed to overcome this identity problem is not by talking about it, but by acting together within their syndicate, their union. It turns out that you have people who, when you start defining people by being workers or being exploited, then it's very easy not to look at divisions, but to concentrate on common struggle. But of course, the obstacles you are talking about, I agree. This is a big problem. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was a resolution of United Nations condemning this. 25 African countries abstained. They didn't vote against, but they abstained, right? Why? I understand. Because when they were fucked up, nobody raised up and fought for them, right? So they believe that this is a kind of an uneven perception, an uneven judgment. And I agree. I think the problem is the originary kind of ignorance and lack of action around the problems of Africa. So now they don't care, because why should they care, right? So but I think it's precisely why we need to engage with this issue. It's because it's problematic, but I think it's also promising, right? It's like this, Hölderlin that Heidegger quotes, where danger lies. There's also the promise or the hope of the solution, right?
I completely agree with that, and especially with the background that we have now of, big, publicly funded cultural institutions like the National Museum in Kraków, mounting shows like the Polish national styles, the first show in the trilogy of shows about Polish modernism, quote unquote, that presented, for instance, Hucul craftsmanship and art as an example of the Polish national style. To me, it's the very same procedure of producing sameness that, Russian Mir performs. Yeah. So thank you, because what you've been talking about is important, especially to me as a cultural scholar, against that background. It's terrible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there is this production of sameness, but I think it's configured a little bit differently than it was in fascism. Because in fascism, you can say that this production of sameness was like, in this Laclau and Move terms, it was an attempt to forge a chain of equivalences and to create, friends against the foes. Here, it's a creation of sameness with the groups that you want to subjugate. It's not, because in the context of Germany, it was not creating sameness between Germans and Jews. Here it was like a clear division line, and Jews and Slavs were supposed to be dominated. Here, it's a very bizarre operation of sameness as a way of controlling your enemy. which is a kind of I think it's a different articulation, very, very wicked, obviously, but also very difficult to address with the conceptual framework that we have of like classical post-colonial theory, again, because it's not there's no this division and difference. It's rather sameness and subjugation.
Yeah, you're right, although, you know, the concept of Lebensraum also was kind of posited on the premises that the Germans can kind of course, subjugate, for instance, the Polish and the Ukrainian people. But still, we're similar enough to...
General Plan Ost, this Lebensraum was supposed to be all the way to Ural Mountains, and the Slavs were supposed to be transported on the other side of Ural and become slaves, right? Also the kind of uncanny coincidence that you have in most languages where in Slav and slave, it's basically the same word, right? Esklavo, slavo, esklav, slav, slave, slav in Western languages. I think it's also a kind of a tip that we should take to like rethink our own position. Okay, guys.
Nie wiem, czy są może jeszcze jakieś pytania w jakimkolwiek innym języku albo wciąż angielskim, jeżeli chcecie. Is any question maybe in Romanian or Italian language? Somebody want to ask in bardzo dziękuję, bardzo dziękujemy. Thank you very much. Let's continue this investigation, because I think we need the language, because there was finally, I think, Arek asked the question, maybe not very directly, but there is the need to create like a new language about this common struggle, common feeling together in between. I don't want to say as a victim, maybe in between. This is in this hybrid way, in between West and East, South and North, and still I see very danger, like a feeling background of this, and kind of a movement from conservatists in our, especially in Poland. That's kind of a vibe of searching for roots in this first Rzeczpospolita, and this new colonial vibe and the way of thinking about it's Międzymorze, it's Intermarium idea, for example. Maybe I would like to ask you finally about some comments about this, because of course we know how its danger is, and also how it's unproductive to create a kind of the common space for collaboration, for being together next to us. Because it's not only about Ukraine, it's about Belarus, it's about our relation here in the region, yeah? And this shadow of Intermarium as the idea that could connect us together in this strip between Black Sea, Baltic, and Adriatic also, because it's this idea is open, yeah, also, yeah, like that. And but there is behind of this idea, because there is the version of this idea, for example, from Piłsudski, which is in a way kind of the utopian way of thinking about this stripe and collaboration between, more or less, kind of the democratic, social democratic even way of this intermarium. And there is also this one which is so related to this conservative mythology of big Poland, big Hungary, and so on. Yeah? And do you think there is any potential in this more social democratic version, or do we need to build up like a new language and new ideas, because I think it's the situation is it's necessary to talk about this and to try.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is also the question of the universal, which is like the second part of the title. Because obviously the very idea of the universal has been completely discredited by the history of colonialism, right? Because every time white people referred to universal, that was to prove that they are better than others, right? However, when you look at contemporary situation, I think it's quite obvious that forces of capital are universal in terms of manifesting itself in a very similar way all over the planet, regardless of cultural context, etc., right? And also the ecological problem that is generated by capitalism. This is absolutely universal, right? This is will be all affected somehow, right? In Poland, you think we have moderate climate. Shit, we don't have water. Poland is going to become a desert in 50 years or 100 years if we go on like this, right? This is not, and this is also why climate is the real, because it's going to get to all of us, right, at a certain point. So I believe that a kind of a universal nature of capitalist oppression requires equally universal counter-mobilization. That you cannot fight the universal oppression of capitalism with particularisms. Capitalism knows how to deal with every particularism. It knows how to configure them within the framework of its functioning, right? So, so this is the reason why I think that it's not a question of a theoretical or academic kind of discussion. It's an urgent, practical need to have some sort of universalism. Now, the problem with well, first of all, inter-Mario and tri-Mario, now the way it functions, it's purely like right-wing. Yeah, so, and the problem here is that what they want to do is they want to have their own European Union where Poland would be Germany and Ukraine would be Poland. So this is the kind of idea of like, you know, we will never be, you know, Germany in Europe, because in Europe Germany is Germany. So let's create another kind of like a sub-European Union where we can play like, you know, the big and the important guy, which is obviously neo-colonial. It's absolutely not worth supporting. I think, well, I am absolutely rather for a kind of a structural, where we are in structural terms. Not a kind of a historical heritage and you know, cultural identity. And another thing, we would have to ask people in Belarus, in Ukraine and other places, do they want to have this tri-Mario or inter-Mario? Because for the time being, this is Polish right-wing fantasy, right? It's like no, you cannot say that this is a kind of a bottom-up movement that is like, you know, trying to establish this. This is rather a kind of a Polish historical nostalgia, this Jagiellonian idea that the right wing is so, you know, proud of, that like to establish this zone. And also about this universal struggle. If you observe the right wing globally, they have a sort of internationale. It's an obscurantist internationale. For example, the fight on women's rights, the question of abortion. This is a coordinated international effort. There is an uncanny, I discovered it about 2 years ago, and I even wrote a long text about it. There is an uncanny alliance, inspiration, between right-wing American intellectuals, like top-ranking Harvard legal scholars, and Polish right-wing intellectuals. For example, Zdzisław Krasnodębski and Ryszard Legutko are quoted there, you know, at their universities and their unions, and Poland is treated as a kind of ideal or you know, to follow in this right-wing transformation. So this is absolutely, you know, like, especially for me biographically, because I remember the 80s, like everybody wanted to be like American. Now it looks like at least half Americans, they want to be like Polish. This is a kind of a total, you know, reversal of everything, but the populists, they have their international, paradoxically. Yeah. Although they are against, they are in favor of nation states, but they cooperate and they learn from one another in a very, very efficient way. So we also, to counter that, we also need to do the same. We cannot rely on our particular local situation. This is not going to be efficient in terms of like a practical struggle, unfortunately.
To tym bardziej trzeba zapierdalać. Dzięki.
Yeah, that's why I really, again, I would like to thank you because I think this initiative, this place, and all that is going on, I think it's a really great practical attempt at moving things on in like a non-essentialist and precisely like relating to structural questions way. So really, I really appreciate. Thank you very much for being able to speak here.
Thank you. Dzięki jeszcze raz. Czekamy chwilę na koncert. Jest Weronika, jest może jeszcze są inne artystki, które biorą udział w projekcie. Może chciałyby coś powiedzieć, ale to nie jest, że to jakoś tak naciskam na to, ale jak chcesz na przykład coś powiedzieć o swoim projekcie, to teraz myślę, że też jest dobry moment albo jeżeli ktoś ma jakieś pytania do Was, czy do Weroniki Emilii Baran, czy do Ksenii Mirogrodzkiej, czy do Ani Soleckiej, która gdzieś chyba też jest niedaleko, to zapraszałbym do takiego nawiązywania kontaktów zawodowo-towarzyskich. Nie wiem, czy... Okej. To damy trochę muzyczkę na czekanie. Globalization na bicie. Albo Fed, ja nie wiem, co tam mamy. Bardzo dziękuję. Zmienimy trochę światło. Winko jest na zewnątrz. Mam nadzieję, że jeszcze troszeczkę dla mnie zostanie. O. Mikrofon, jakby ktoś chciał freestylować, to też tutaj zostanie. Don't be afraid.
All right. So, my dear people, humans, and other creatures, we are ready to welcome our next guest, Mykola Lebedь, with his performance.
Thank you, Joe. It was amazing. Thank you, girls. It was amazing. Thank you, Julia. Oh, no. That's fine.
Compared to others, your ranking is low. This one? This one? No, this one. This one. Maybe put it on. Okay. Compared to others, your ranking is low. This makes you sad. This makes you sad. This makes you sad. This makes you sad. Swiping finger is tired, and we have to stop. Others are supposed to move
Wrong!
to arouse us. This makes you sad. And yet, we don't do anything anymore. This makes you sad. Makes you sad. Others, your ranking is low. It's tired. Feel anything anymore. Tired. Forget about it. Sorrow, no matter how short, is real. Stop. The heart is frozen. Kronos hurt. Anything.
She leads a lonely life. She leads a lonely life. When she woke up late in the morning light, and the day had just begun, she opened up her eyes and thought, oh, what a morning. It's not a day for
give, and his brain got to give, and his brain got to give, and his brain got to give, and his big. I don't give a fuck who you are, who you is, who is.
Yeah, boys!
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yo. Oh, whoa. Jin. Bow. Что она не играет? Shift, темплинг, B. Bam, 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 yeah. Bam, 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 yeah. Bam, 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 yeah. Bam, bam, bam.
No kochani, najbardziej cierpliwe i cierpliwi słuchacze, zapraszamy już w czwartek na kolejny hybrid efir, a dzisiaj żegnamy się.